front of your vehicle, but he was using the work cell phone. Oh my gosh, you can't get any more dumb than that. That's crazy. So that means people are probably going to be hitting up that phone number for a while. I think I'm gonna yeah, probably so. Oh my gosh. That's fine with me.
You are good, Mayor. Yep. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 16th, 2024, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening, and we're so glad so many of you could join us this evening. We do have a quorum. You can see that all council members are present, and I've asked Councilor Stevens to please lead us in the pledge. If you'll please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard, but I just want to make just a brief statement that many of you may be here for agenda 4.1, and I know it doesn't say public hearing, but we still do hear from our citizens on every agenda item. So if you want to speak on 4.1, you are still able to do that for up to 3 minutes. So if anyone has another concern that you would like to bring to our attention under citizens to be heard, please come forward, state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Diaz, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. I don't know if it's on or not.
Yes, it is. I believe it is.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. I just wanted to talk about a council item that came up last meeting. And hello, there you go.
There we go.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Rada.
At last meeting,
Okay.
About the pools.
Oh, yes.
It's concerning that the city is willing to spend $2.6, $2.9, $3.9 million on pool renovation. When I was on the council, I think it was like $58,000, and to me that was a lot of money. And I'm pretty sure our fire chief and police chief can use this type of money. I know some of it's talking about bond, but any general fund money that is going into the pool should go to our fire chief. Our fire chief has 2 engines, 1 ladder, 4 ambulances, and 6 on staff. I mean, he is so far understaffed. This money that you are possibly thinking about spending towards the pools should go to the fire department, should be going to the police department. Health, life, and safety should come first for our citizens. And thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one else, I would like to ask the council if they, because we do have some guests from VIA this evening, and they have an agenda item under consent agenda, and I'd like to see if we have a motion and a second to move the consent agenda item next.
Yes. Also move.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Campos to move the consent agenda up next. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. So we do have consent agenda items 7.1 to 7.11. Is there anyone on the council that would like to remove any of the consent agenda items for discussion? Okay. Seeing no one, may I have a motion and a second to approve? Okay.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Stevens and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much. Your item has been approved, and we do appreciate your support of Leon Valley. So thank you, and we're glad to support you. All righty. Y'all take care. Happy Fiesta. All righty. Take care. Yes. All right. So we will move then to presentations. Presentation 3.1. presentation and discussion to amend Article 3.04 of the Leon Valley Code of Ordinance, sign ordinance, and Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, is here this evening to present. And this is a first read, so we do not have a vote, but we do have discussion. And again, if any of our residents and citizens in the chambers would like to weigh in on this sign ordinance, we'd love to hear from you as well. All right, Mr. Salinas, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So a couple months back, this item was sent over to the Economic Development Department and as well as the Economic Development Committee to review. After we reviewed the current ordinance and compared it to a lot of the other cities in the area, we have very minor changes to it, and we're going to present those minor changes to y'all so you can take a look at them. So your options here are to approve or to deny, or to modify if you all want. We're making 3 substantial changes to the ordinance. One is the allowance of wind waiver flags, which is our tall vertical flags. One is the billboard allowance on the Bandera and 410 interchange, which we have a regulations for distance. And one is a new one, which is setback restrictions for public safety. And then we have minor changes. International Building Code instead of the Universal Building Code, just minor edits that we need to make. Things to consider. So the current sign ordinance is pretty much, very much in line with other cities. I mean, we are pretty similar to other cities. The wind waiver flags, I know that was a concern in the past. They would still not be allowed on the right of way. So, you know, having flags on Bandera Road is still not allowed, even if we allow them into our allowable signage. It's still illegal to put it on the right of way, so that should still not. This is not going to change that. The setbacks would be for new development, so we're not going to have anybody change their own signs. We're just going to, in case there's ever new development, and I'll show you a photograph of what setbacks look like. The billboard in 410 is with regulation, so it's about 1,000 or 1,500 square feet from each other, so we're not going to flood that area with billboards. And then the overlay, sustainability overlay, removed a lot of the sign changes back in December of 2021. So that's why the current sign ordinance is very much in line with other cities, because there's no special requirements on top of it. So here in this slide, you'll see the billboard example and what the radius is. So anything in this circle would be allowed, so long as it's not within 1,500 square feet of another billboard. And it has to be within our Leon Valley jurisdiction where we would approve it. So we already have one. Well, we're extends to have one here, and I mean we should not flood that area. So it's only within this circle here, and so we're not going to disturb residents down Bandera Road. It's very much at the interstate of 410 and Bandera, along a high traffic area. So that's why we put it there. This is a setback requirement. So as we were going through the sign ordinance of other cities. This is mainly going to be in the corner development. So again, we don't have any more new development coming in, but if we did, you should have a setback requirement. Typically, it's about between 15 and 25 feet. We went with the average of 25 feet. Just to make sure that no one's putting a marquee sign or multi-tenant sign right at the corner where you can make that turn and you can't see right or left. Mm-hmm. So we have that setback requirement. That's, again, pretty standard with other cities that we looked into. And then the wind waiver flags, like we said, they would still be allowed. Right now, they're completely prohibited in our city. So if somebody has them in front of their door, theoretically, we can't take them out because they're 100% prohibited no matter where. In my experience, when we go out there and talk to businesses, they spend a good amount of money on them. We think we should allow them to come in as long as they're not putting them on Bandera Road and within 25 feet of the front door. I think it's allowed. I think it should be okay. But they would still not be allowed on Bandera Road. So that idea of driving down Bandera Road and seeing those flags would still not be acceptable. We would still ask them to remove those flags. Going through this chart here, so we picked what we have now, what we're proposing, Live Oak, Cibolo, the city of San Antonio, just because they're around us in Universal City. And we decided to touch on some of the sign ordinance issues that we see here. Again, we're pretty much being put in line with all the other cities. Does anyone have any questions on this chart, or anyone have any questions on how we compare to other cities based on the changes we're trying to make?
Roque, excuse me, thank you. I'll open up to the council as well. I just thought we did kind of stand out on the current Leon Valley proposed under sign triangle street corner. Is that what you were just talking about?
Yes, we don't
Okay.
have we
Okay, so
currently
we don't
it.
have any, but we're going to implement it.
Yes, we would,
Okay,
yes.
whereas everybody else has. Gotcha. That's what I needed to know. But yeah, that was one of my questions. How do we pair up to other cities? And you had this wonderful summary, so I do appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Salinas? Yes, Mr. Campos.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I want to also thank the Economic Development Committee for their work on this. Got a question where you have temporary signs, 2 per year, 30 days each, seasonal business, 120 days. So can you explain if a citizen, for some reason, they have puppies and they want to sell their puppies, are they allowed to put up a sign on their fence that they're?
If it's on residential, I believe the current sign ordinance doesn't apply to residential R1 or R2 property. So this would all be for businesses in that aspect. But we can go ahead and verify that. But yes, I'm assuming that if it's on residential streets, you're fine.
On your residential property, you can put any sign you would like.
There you go.
Okay. Because,
Put anything you would like up on your residential. Go to Seneca, the corner of Seneca, and I mean, those are political signage, but yes, you could have any sign that you would like up in your private property.
during campaigning, one of the citizens at a corner, not at that intersection, was complaining that they were not allowed to do
Now,
that.
if they put their sign at the corner, that's not in their yard, that is probably in the right of way. And city-owned property and no signage is allowed.
Okay.
So they probably put it like right at the corner of the stop sign, that is not allowed.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Stevens?
So thank you for the clarification on the residential signage. I do, and I just hope that my colleagues have looked at the electioneering, the sign language there, because there are some changes.
Yeah, you only get 3.
Yeah, so I just wonder how that stacks up against other cities. That specific
Say that-
section, the electioneering signs. It's 3.4.1.12. It's and specifically regarding the height, the dimensions of the signage, the limit of 3. I think all the other rules are pretty much standard. Signs cannot be placed the night before early voting, that sort of thing.
Where are you, what section, I'm sorry?
This is 3.4.1.12.
The sign of 36 square feet is in line with the city of San Antonio, the city of Cibolo, the city of Universal City.
I'm sorry, I'm specifically talking about the 48 inches wide by 24 inches tall on the, only on the political signs.
Yeah, so if you look at the 5th column there, we have a political column, and the Leon Valley, San Antonio, Cibolo sign are all 36 square feet, and we are in line with them as well.
Right, so because that's the state law, but this is specifically on city property. It's this is the polling place, which would be the
Library.
in our case, currently it would be the library area. It used to be this area, but does the city of San Antonio limit the dimensions of signage on, like, for example, the San Antonio Public Library property?
We didn't look deeper into political signs like that. I mean, that's something that we didn't really consider on the city property. We looked at the general political signage for the city of San Antonio as it relates to whatever is on that chart is what the city of San Antonio has under the sign ordinance. There could be different language for them on city-owned property, but that's what we pulled from there. We can look at it if you want, but I mean, we copied and pasted directly from the sign ordinance from them.
Okay. I don't have a strong opinion about it now. But I just, limit of 3 and that sort of thing, I don't know if that's a good idea to implement, especially not knowing if other cities have similar laws.
We can make note of it, look it up, and because remember, you're not voting on this item tonight.
First read.
This is a first read, this is a presentation, we're just trying to get feedback to bring y'all back a clean ordinance. And again, just because we bring it back next time doesn't mean you have to vote on it. You can, you know what I mean? We can continue the conversation. I
Right.
just want to make sure that we get the ordinance the way that y'all want it. This has kind of been a long pending.
Yeah, okay, that's good. So yeah, I'd like to, I guess, research that in other cities and see how that stacks up. So specifically signage at polling locations, political signage at polling locations.
Well, there's a sorry, on city property or on polling location. So there could be, right?
Well, I don't think
that's
we
city
would be able to
property.
regulate other
Yeah, other. it
polling,
just
like a
wouldn't-
church, for example. I mean, a
Yeah,
church.
well, we have churches and schools, because the polling locations are
Oh, in
like at
schools.
schools and churches. And so you probably would be looking.
Ours calls them, our title calls it polling place. So maybe that would be, just look into polling place. My other and this is more of a clarification, but well, actually I have two other questions. So one, regarding the residential signage. So commercial speech on private property can or cannot be regulated?
The speech. that
Commercial
goes-
speech.
Commercial
So for
speech.
example, if somebody put a billboard in their front yard that was like 20 feet by 20 feet and it said, you know, for this furniture store, is
on
that
their
allowed?
On their private property, on a residential house?
On a residential house?
No, I can't touch it.
You
We
could-
have
You
not
couldn't
been-
touch commercial speech, okay.
We don't touch anybody's speech on their residential property. Now, we can go and take a look at, like, the law and whether or not that's a platform y'all want to fight, but we don't, like, in all the legal opinions I've received on signage on residential property, is you leave it alone, it's First Amendment right, whether it's commercial, to make the determination if it's really commercial speech, whether there's a whole battery of tests, and so we just don't touch it.
Okay, that's good. I mean, that's good to clarify. I don't know if that's the best answer, but, and then, so final question is regarding the holding of signs. So I know this is,
Puppies for
Flippers. So
sale.
we did get an opinion on the sign flipper. It's on the PowerPoint, and I put it as a column. So essentially, the person cannot be, because it's Bandera Road, can't be in the right of way, but he can be on the sidewalk continuously walking with the sign, so, or on their own piece of property. Like he can currently.
hindering traffic.
right, so they could be on the sidewalk on Bandera Road with any commercial speech.
They can walk
Correct.
back and forth. Yeah.
Okay, and so others, because I'm just wondering how that differentiates. So for example, like we've had issues with this, at 410 and Bandera, we have panhandlers, right? So we can regulate their commercial speech, right?
I don't
Their
think
signage.
You're not regulating their signage. You're regulating the action of what they're doing.
Okay, so how is that differentiated from, like free weed?
Right.
Puppies here.
Right. I mean, again, you're looking at me, but that really is an attorney question.
Right.
And I have to
So
weigh in on it.
when we're talking about the sign flippers, for instance, I mean, it's very similar, okay? What you're presenting is very similar. The problem was the location of it the question was being able to do it on a sidewalk, which is an area where there is public speech allowed. Okay, so the holding of the sign, the holding of the flipping sign or whatever, whether it's commercial or political speech is allowed to occur as long as the person that's doing it is not impeding or causing basically a police harm or imminent danger of some sort. Obviously, if they're swinging it, really hitting people, obviously that's not allowed. The puppy sign, I mean, if someone wanted to walk on the street and with free puppy signs, they could do that as well if they wanted to.
With the exception of Bandera Road because it's a state highway.
Right, and that would be under TxDOT rules, not our own rules.
But so long as they're on their private business property, for example, that we cannot regulate at all
I
the
don't know if you can or you cannot if they're
At
in a
all what?
parking lot.
commercial speech signs if they're holding them.
Commercial speech.
Oh, so
So it's like a sign that says free weed here, or a sign that says, we got that.
Or it says puppies.
Okay, so,
or that says, furniture
right.
sale over here.
So if it's a sign on a business and someone's holding a sign, there's signage, we have sign regulations that could control, okay? The question that was asked to me was on rights of way, on sidewalks and that kind of thing.
Okay. So I guess just maybe some clarification on if we can regulate the
the holding, because I always was under, and I know there's a fine line, right, which for all this like constitutionally protected speech, but I was always under the impression that the Supreme Court allowed government to, small local government to regulate commercial speech differently. Like there was a distinction between commercial speech and non-commercial speech, public,
Absolutely.
political. And so I always thought that we had the more ability to dig teeth into commercial speech, and then we couldn't really touch the
political
any
speech.
of the other, or yeah, even if it's like maybe not necessarily a political message, but just like F you.
Right. So the answer is yes. I mean, you're absolutely right. The Supreme Court doesn't make a distinction between commercial speech and and non-commercial speech, we'll just call it. And these are the regulations. The regulations that you have are an attempt to regulate and distinguish between the two. So I mean, I'm not sure I've got a really good answer to your question based on location, but there is a locational aspect to it, time, place, manner aspect to it, on the types of regulations that you can have. The location of the sign flipper, specifically on a sidewalk, for instance,
Right.
is a problem in regulating, because they do have the ability to make whatever speech they want on that in that area that they want.
Okay.
So I guess are you asking whether or not we can regulate the sign flippers like on their own property, on the commercial property?
Yeah, like so we
Okay.
can regulate their other signs on their own property.
Yes.
Can you give me an answer for that one so we can bring that back?
Yeah, we can. Well, I'll take a look at that. But that should, if you're talking about on your private property, yes, that would be distinguished from the rights of way, from the sidewalks.
Okay.
From
yeah.
the public ways.
So I'd like to
Question
see.
to him was relation to the sidewalk, because that's where the majority, that's where we're
The
seeing
right
it,
of
where
way.
that's the right of way, the
Right.
sidewalk.
And I'll take a look at the ability to regulate that on your own property or on a piece of private property.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would be good. And if there's specifically, if there's like any city, because there's bound to be if it's lawful, there's bound to be cities with
Well, so if you look at these,
regulations.
there are some cities that
No,
do,
they don't. None of them. All the cities, they don't prohibit them. They do not prohibit them. So they don't enforce it. They don't allow it. They just don't.
They don't talk about it at all, kind of.
They and we called them and we said we don't care.
Well, I don't know about your specific sign ordinance with respect to that, but there are some sign ordinances that regulate the number of signs, for instance, on a piece of property.
Yeah.
And so the sign flipper being then an additional sign would then count toward that and potentially be a violation, if you understand what I'm saying. So I mean, but I'd have to, I did not look specifically at the question that you were asking.
Okay.
yeah, the one I gave him was the sidewalk question, because that seems to be our biggest problem right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Martinez?
Okay, now, it's my understanding that it's illegal for them to stand in the median, like on Bandera, and hold their sign flipping that. The puppy store one has been, right in the median and using that.
Right, that's a safety regulation, Councilman, that does prevent that.
So you can't be in the grass median, but the median that you're discussing is the crosswalk end.
Right, the crosswalk end.
That's the sidewalk.
Oh, okay, yes.
So they can stand right in the middle, in the
They
median.
can't stand, they have to continuously walk.
Okay, but they're just
Right,
standing.
Right, so
flipping.
the police have to catch
So they
them
can
and
just
tell them,
walk in a
walk over
circle.
to- Yes.
Okay,
Potentially, yes.
okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, before, I had a few more questions, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Thank
Mr.
you, Mayor.
Orozco, yes.
They asked most of the questions I was going to ask, but I did want to bring up that the sign ordinance was brought up to council over 4.5 years ago, and they elected to table it. And where I'm going with this, I want to thank you so much for bringing it back to light. And I also want to thank Brandon that was here, Council Bradshaw, Moritz, and the Economic Development Committee to try to bring this back up to par. As far as the residential signs, we're governed by the HOA. So, and they're pretty strict. So I don't know, something that you want to look at those bylaws and bring it up. But I haven't seen too many people violate or take advantage of that around Leon Valley. So, but where I was going with this, thank you for asking the questions that I was going to ask. You're looking at my son. And thank you so much, Roque.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I had a couple more questions. On page 17, it talks about the right-of-way, removal of signs in the right-of-way, and I noticed that the penalty went from 100 for the first offense and to $500 for each, but it used to be $2,000 to $500, so they reduced that. And I guess I was just curious, do we have a lot of violations in that we actually cite people for signs in the right-of-way? I would just.
Where are you at, Mayor?
Oh, this is on page 17, 3.4.13. I just, again, reducing the, from $2,000 to $500 for each violation. So that's significant. I mean, I think we just want compliance and not.
Oh, Mayor, you're on the wrong one.
Right there.
Yeah, that's the old ordinance that y'all already approved.
Oh my gosh, you mean,
I included the 2021 ordinance that y'all approved, so you can see what you already amended from the sustainability overlay.
yeah, I saw that.
So you're
Oh
looking,
my gosh,
that's,
so I got
that's
to
the old, that's page 17, that's your old ordinance that you've already amended.
See?
You've already approved this ordinance. That's not what's up for discussion this evening.
Were you doing the same thing? Oh, thank you. I don't feel so bad. I went through this whole thing. I'm telling you.
So then you had so you could compare. So if there was anything that you took out or anything that you wanted to
Yeah.
move in, if you read the M&C,
Okay.
that was
Gotcha.
attached. It was in
I
there.
tagged and tagged and tagged till I was blue in the face.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. So then if you go to your new sign ordinance is from page 38 forward.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Is it the appeals then, if somebody doesn't like the decision, does it still go to the planning and zoning?
No,
and
it
not
comes
this,
here.
It comes here. Okay, that was another change. That was in the old one.
That was
Okay.
in the old
All
one.
right, just
Yes,
wanted,
ma'am.
that was the other one I had.
Yeah, so
Okay,
I
well, all my
included the old,
questions.
because I figured 2021 was a long time ago, and so I
Was.
wanted you to be able to see if there's anything else from that ordinance you wanted to add back in, take out.
Yeah.
Y'all deleted a big chunk of that if you go through it. You deleted
Well,
all
and the master sign plan was a big portion
Portion
of the
of it.
sustainability,
Correct.
and that's all gone.
and
So,
y'all took that out.
okay,
And so I just wanted
gotcha.
to make sure that y'all
Okay.
clearly understood.
Never mind, I can't tell you how many hours I spent, but that's okay.
That's why I was
Oh,
trying to
good, I'm
figure out
so
where
glad
you-
I'm not.
Look at the old one.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all already amended that provision. That's the,
Yeah. Crystal, put a page in front of it, go,
I'm-
this is the old one, don't go
Well,
through
if
it.
So if you
Okay.
go back up here to the M&C, prior to this document, it clearly states that.
Okay, well, there was just a lot in this section, but anyway, appreciate the efforts of the Economic Development Committee, and it's
And next
been
time I will
a,
make sure I clearly delineate in the packet.
okay, so anyway, yeah, there was a lot of red lines too, so
Yes,
anyway, we
I just wanted
appreciate
you
it.
to see that this is all the stuff y'all have already
You
taken
know,
out, amended, but I will.
The main thing I hope we're doing, and would you say we are, Mr. Salinas, are we reducing the sign clutter? Do you know what I'm saying? Because signs are like pollution in my book. You know, you can get so much junk up and down and so I'm a little disappointed we're doing the wind thing, but, I just like to reduce it rather than increase it.
I agree with some of the sign things, of the vertical signs, but in my experience, when we go out there and speak to the businesses, that's like their number one priority. And those signs are not cheap. They're probably close to $300 or $400 each. I think it's a good medium point, considering that all other cities allow them. It's a good idea for us. Like, there's a barber shop next to QT. They have 2 of them by their door. They're not bothering anybody, right? Theoretically, legally, we can go in there and just pick them up and throw them in the trash, and they've had them there for almost a year. They're not bothering
That's the one
anybody.
across from QT?
Exactly.
Yeah, I saw,
So they're fine. The problem does become on the right of way. Yes, we do want to be a compliance city. I
Okay.
think that the changes we made in the previous years, we're done. I don't want to go back and have that argument with the businesses. We're fine. They're in compliance, but I think it's okay to allow them to have their sign so long as it's 20 feet from the door. We thought of that as well, right?
Okay.
We don't want you to put you right at the right before the right of way ends or starts. So we also give them 20 feet. I think it's a good compromise for us to have. But we're not also public. We're not making this a big deal for them to find out. So I don't think you're going to see a big change in the signage down Bandera Road right now.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from either my colleagues or anyone in the chambers? All right. Seeing no one, then if y'all would approve, we'll just move on to the next agenda item. Do you want to put this in the consent agenda for the next time, or do you want to pull it? I mean, keep it out so that we can answer.
We're going to have to
Keep it
look at
out.
some
Okay.
changes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it that way.
We'll read the right one.
And we'll read the right one. Yeah, put the right one in. Okay.
I wanted y'all to see what y'all
Sorry.
already changed, or if there was anything in the old one y'all read
My
that y'all wanted
gosh,
in
I
this
had a whole
one.
page of notes.
The new one looks a lot better, by the way.
All right,
I-
so we
I
will discuss this at the next meeting, which is May the 7th. Okay, thank you, Mr. Salinas, do appreciate it.
And I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, well, we're moving then to presentation number 3.2, presentation and discussion of the monthly financial report ending March 31st, 2024. This is our quarterly report, and we have Carol Gehring, our financial director, here this evening to present, and welcome.
Good
Glad
evening,
you're here.
Mayor. Good evening,
Yes.
Council. So let's start with the general fund.
Hit the slideshow real quick. Is there any changes?
Which one is the open down?
This side one.
This side?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with the ad valorem. We always have a high collection rate, and we are on track to do the same this year. And we're comparable to last and prior years, so we're okay with that one. Sales tax is slightly less than prior year, but still comparable. That one will fluctuate depending on people's spending throughout the year. Franchise. Okay, the other one. I want to see if it works. Franchise. It is
Yeah.
200,000 less, but not because we did not receive the money,
Uh-huh.
but because the third quarter of the CPA's franchise falls in two fiscal years. So we allocated the fiscal year for 23, August and September to fiscal year 23, and only 1 month to this fiscal year. Now, this accrual will happen again this year.
Okay, I
Yes,
was wondering
that's
why
why
it was
it's
low.
the huge difference between that.
Yeah,
Now, on the permits and fines continue to go up, which is good. Miscellaneous revenue, I'm going to mention the largest difference that happened on that account. One of them is the hike and bike refund. We received $41,000. We got a sale of a vehicle for $22,000. That was from the fire department. We received a grant. It's a rifle armor grant for $20,000 and a fire grant for $7,000. So those are the major difference between last year and this year.
okay.
Now, on the expenditures, all utilities
Excuse me,
Oh,
would
sorry.
you explain again what transfers in and transfers out mean?
That's the personal.
That's just the personnel cost? That's
Yes.
it? Okay, great, thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
The $22,000 for the fire department, what's the source of that money?
That was
Was it the old truck,
yes, it was a
Old truck,
that Bronto, whatever?
whatever that wasn't running that we couldn't afford to fix.
Thank you.
Now, for the expenditures, I just want to remind you that all utilities were moved out of the council and manager department and were allocated currently across all departments. So just keep that in mind as I go through all the other expenditures, and I'll cover all the other changes. So in finance, prior to March 2023 of last year, there was no finance director salary. That's why this year appears to be higher. In council and manager, this one, the reason why it decreased is because all those utilities were taken out from that department and allocated to each of the other departments. That's why they decrease. On the information technology, prior to March 2023, there was no IT director salary, and there was no department. They didn't have a lot of expenses. One of the biggest expenses that they had was $8,000 in operating supplies. So in this year compared to last year, it's going to increase more as we go throughout the year. For police, expenditures in operating supplies increased almost $20,000 compared to last year. However, if you look at the line item, we're still within the budget. It was probably just expenditures that happened at the beginning of the year rather than at the end.
Okay.
Also, there were $20,000 spent that belonged to the rifle armor grant that I just mentioned on the revenue, miscellaneous revenue, so it's like a wash out. But we still have to disclose those $20,000. On public works, there was an increase in repairs and maintenance, but this was due to the fire entrance door. That there was a budget adjustment for that, but that was the increase. On planning and zoning, there has been a $12,000 increase in engineering services due to a high volume of plans this year. And parks, the increase is mainly attributed to engineering services for the pool.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Campos has a question. Yes.
Carol, just the overall question. Is there any concerns about the revenue? Is it in line with what we expected? Yes. Nothing with the change in the exemption, this is the year we would see that, the ad valorem being?
No, it's the next year.
The following year? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so moving over to the water, sewer, stormwater fund. The water sales and revenues are very comparable to prior year and on target. Now, I do want to mention that this is the 6th month, and if we look at the total revenue for this fiscal year, it's $2,384,000. If you multiply that by 2, it's going to be $4,769,000, which is less than the budget that we have, but we have to remember that our biggest income comes on the summer months. So those $2 million is not including those summer months.
Okay.
So that's going to make us get closer, or if not, over the budget.
Okay.
On expenditures, the increase of the water system was due to the purchase of new hydrants and meters that happened at the beginning of the year. And there was an increase on engineering services for the water line improvement. Now, these expenditures of the water line improvements are going to be covered by a grant from Melinda. We're going to receive that grant.
I'm sorry, what grant are we receiving?
The water line.
Water
grant,
line.
yes.
Okay, I didn't know about that.
The Wurzbach.
The Wurzbach, yeah, okay.
Oh, she said water line.
That's CDBG.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, CDBG. Okay, Mr. Martinez, did you have a question? I also wanted to know about that interest income up there. Okay, but go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
What are the customer fees and interest income and miscellaneous revenue?
The interest income is all the money that we have in tax pool. Is the interest that we receive from the tax pool.
Wow.
The miscellaneous revenue, that's the Bexar County reimbursement that we have. It's allocated on the miscellaneous revenue. And the customer fees is just the fees that are on your water bill. I would have to look more into that to see exactly what are those customer fees, but is just starting a new water line.
Okay.
Starting a new water line or?
Well, the customer fees.
Yeah, it'll be anything that's on your bill that is other than the actual water sale. So it could be, you had a water leak and we went over there for XYZ.
Here, put your microphone, or pull your microphone down.
It could be, so customer fees are anything that's on a bill that's not associated to the water sales. So if you come in for a new water connection, you have to pay your deposit. Your deposit has to go somewhere. That's where it goes.
Okay.
Right, you pay the $70, whatever it is, whatever the deposit is.
Now, I had a question with the tapping fees. Is that the new development that's coming online? Is that where that would be shown, or where would that new development?
I don't know what
shown?
tapping fees
No,
are.
those will be on the customer fees. Tapping fees.
What
I
are
don't know. I have to look up what tapping fees are.
Okay.
there's-
I don't know
So
what a tapping
customer
fee
fees is what's going to increase with this development, right? The two developments that we have going on.
You have impact,
Heatner.
you have impact fees, and then you have your meter, you have to put in new meters, all of those things. Those are gonna be in customer fees, but then
Customer
tapping,
fees.
I wanna say tapping fees is for new development, like new tapping,
what I
like going,
thought.
tying
Yeah.
into our water system, but I don't know 100%. I can verify and get back to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's what I thought it was, but I wanted to, okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Can move on then. Thank you.
On the sewer, the largest increase was the CDBG project, with the engineering services as well as the project being in this fund. Last year, this project was on the capital fund. That's why you're gonna see that huge increase between this year and last year. The same is gonna happen on the stormwater. The huge increase that you see in stormwater is the Seneca West project that was now belongs in the stormwater department instead of being in the capital fund, as it was in the prior year.
Okay.
The Seneca
Yes,
West
Mr.
drainage, it's a Seneca West drainage project.
Yeah.
And would you cover the other sources and uses?
The other sources and users are the transfer for the personal services.
Personnel services. Okay.
Those
So
are the
if the
transfer.
budget is supposed to be 1.2 million, 1.26 million, and it's already booked in total?
Yes, so what we do once we close the year in Incode, we allocate that money already to the general fund, because that money we're going to use to cover for the personnel and the general fund.
Okay.
So we just move it once we close the year.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Orozco.
Thank you. On that customer's fee, city manager indicated that part of the 68,000 was deposits that come in. Now, some of the deposits we give back to the citizens, don't we?
Yes.
Is there a line item where it indicates how much of that 68,000 will be given back to citizens?
Yes, that line item, you're going to see it once we present the audit. The auditors are the ones who put it on the balance sheet for the enterprise fund.
Okay.
It's so immaterial, like, you're not giving thousands of dollars back. You're not switching that, you're not turning over that many water deposits every year.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, for the community center, the revenues are comparable to prior year. Now, we are expecting the quarter from January to March to be in this month. So next month, you're going to see an increase on the hotel motel taxes.
So we only get that on a quarterly basis?
Yes,
Okay,
and you
that's
get it
why.
on the next month by the 20th day.
Okay,
So.
all right.
On the expenditures are very comparable to last year, nothing to note.
And is that capital outlay, it's not very much that has been used, but is that where we're expending money to improve the kitchen in the conference
Yes, ma'am.
center?
Yes,
Okay, and it just hasn't gotten moved
Correct.
yet? So, okay, very good. Yes, Mr. Martinez?
On the hotel motel, is that where short-term rental
Yes.
money's going in?
Yes.
And can we see, in the future, can we see how much we're getting from the short-term rental?
Is it allowed to show the revenues like that? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah.
So it would just be another line item under hotel motel tax, and we'd have short-term rental tax?
It'll just
Is
be,
that-
it'll be more of a footnote.
Okay, a footnote. Okay, very good. Thank you.
The next one,
Economic.
economic development. Revenues are comparable to prior year. Now, we are in line with the prior year sales tax. This number might be low, but sales tax are 2 months behind, so we'll make that accrual at the end of the year to add those additional 2 months that go over the fiscal year. Expenditures. The increase of the expenditures, mostly on the contractual, is because on this fiscal year, we have the ED funding, ED project funding program that you guys budgeted $150,000, I believe, and there were new softwares that were needed for the ED program.
Okay, but that's also where we fund economic development and community development projects
That's
out
the
of that.
one that's
Yeah.
why the huge increase is.
Okay, yes, Mr. Martinez, did you have something? Okay, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Now, for impound lot, revenues are in line with the budget. Unless there's another auction that I still don't know of, then we might exceed revenues expectations, which is the 103.
Well, we should have another auction before the end of the fiscal year, don't you think? This chief, yeah, don't we? Okay, I was going to say, I didn't think we just had like one a year or two a year. So we have what, one or two more?
So far, we had one.
Yeah. Go ahead, yes, come on up, because... Yes, sir, thank you.
The number of auctions will vary.
Okay,
But it will always be more than one.
more than one. So we've had one, and we're probably going to have at least another one, or
At least
maybe
one
two?
more, maybe two.
Okay, depends upon how many vehicles you have. and
Volume.
Volume, yeah. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
The expenditures are still very in line with last year, so nothing to note that. The last one that I want to go over is the red light camera. This one, the revenue will fluctuate depending on the fines that the city receives, the revenue that the city receives. On the expenditures for the red light camera, I don't know if I'm pointing. The contractual, you're going to see here, the $354,000. The reason that I want to talk about that one is because the amount that we have there. So this one pays out portion of the auditors and software that the city uses for the red light camera. And lastly, the traffic expenditures. I want to talk about the capital outlay because there's an increase this time. There was a purchase of 3 patrol vehicles, and we also have the Hubner School Zone Board motherboard.
That was
Part of
like
that one.
87,000 or something.
Yeah.
That was a lot, yeah. Okay, all right. Very good. Any other questions from the council on the red light camera or any of the other monthly, quarterly expense? Okay, thank you so much, Carol. Do appreciate your presentation this evening. Wonderful. Okay. So we will then move to regular agenda 4.1. I'll go ahead and read it, then I'm going to ask City Manager Caldera to introduce this item. Now, 4.1, discussion and possible action to request a postpone rezoning approximately 27 acres of land from R1 single-family dwelling to a planned development district with R6 garden home base zoning district being Lot 1, Block 1, CB 4430C, Good Samaritan Lodge Nursing Home Incorporated Subdivision, Parcel 1, Abstract 399, CB 4429, and Parcel 11, Abstract 432, CB 4430, unplatted, located at 6518 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas. And we have Dr. Caldera this evening to present. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And so I just kind of wanted to go over how we ended up here, because I think there was a little bit of confusion as to the request for postponement. And so essentially what ended up happening is the requester asked the city to provide rough proportionality numbers to his project so he could look at a viability of changing his request. So the city gave him a couple of options. He could either withdraw his application, he could postpone or reschedule his application, or he could move forward with his current application. And so Mr. Shahid decided that he would like to postpone his request because these were the only options provided to him. What he would have liked to have done was to come here this evening and give y'all a new plan. But according to the regulations of 15.0211, the PD project plan, or I'm sorry, a PD project plan has to be approved, and that approval process has to go through the administrative approval. So there's all the documentations. He would have to submit a TIA, he would have to submit the land use development. So if he's proposing a new plan, he would have to do all of those requirements. And so those were the options provided to him. So he requested to postpone his item to wait for the rough proportionality numbers. And so because those are the numbers that we provide him, I thought it was a reasonable request to go ahead and add the item as a postponement. What is rough proportionality? Because I know that it's going to be the next question. It basically is a condition of approval for a property development project that the city requires a developer to bear a portion of the cost of municipal infrastructure. So where he's building at, we're talking about he needs to improve the streets, possibly maybe some water and sewer back there, and what that actually looks like, what will be his cost for those improvements. And rough proportionality is a very complex thing and has been given to our engineers. He actually submitted the request, and this goes to another provision of the code, on April the 8th. And so we have 30 days to provide those numbers to him after he requests them. And so he submitted on April the 8th. We have not been able to provide him those numbers. Now, I did get from the engineer this afternoon, right prior to the meeting, those numbers. But I need to review them. And I need to go sit down and go through them with Melinda and the engineer before we give those to the requester. But he at the time did not have those numbers. So that's why I said, I think it's a reasonable request. We haven't given him those numbers, because what will end up happening is his option will then be to change his plan if those rough proportionality numbers work, or present the plan as he's been presenting and y'all vote on that original plan. Now, I do want to make a note that rough proportionality has nothing to do with zoning. This is just us providing the numbers of what the cost would be to the developer in order to make those improvements. This was just his request in order to have it the item to postpone. But rough proportionality and whether or not we provide those numbers have nothing to do with zoning and have nothing to do with use. You can make a decision on zoning, and you do it all the time, without these numbers. But because he needed those numbers in order to either change his plan or present his item as is, we said, okay, well, we haven't been able to provide you those numbers, so we think your request for postponement was a reasonable request. Now, there was some question on what a second read is. Second read actually means basically absolutely nothing. The only reason a second read exists is because your charter provisions require you to have 2 reads on ordinances. So somewhere along the line, someone thought that the second read meant that you had to make a decision and that's the final read. You can, just like our short-term rental, you can have 3 reads, 5 reads before council makes a decision. So you actually have heard this item twice. You've had 2 public hearings on this item. Even though it was an expanded notification, you still had 2 hearings, which meets the provisions of what your second read is. So you've met your provisions of what the second read is, but you could have 3 or 4 reads on this item if you so choose. Now, the council does have to make a decision on a zoning application, and I think the attorney said within 90 days. And so we're like day 61 when I went back to count. So we're still within line to make a decision on his zoning case, but since he's requesting a postponement, that will be up to council this evening. Now, can the requester amend his plan to increase the lot size without going back through the process? No. If the requester wants to submit a plan that increases the lot size, then his PD plan, his project plan has changed, and it would not be the same item that we have given public notice for, that went through the whole process for. He would have to go through that whole process all over again if he's going to increase, if that's going to be his request. So what's next? The council this evening can either approve the postponement, or you can deny the postponement, and then he would have to wait 6 months. Or if you agree to the postponement, it's up to the developer whether or not he wants to come back and present the item as is to you, or go through the whole process with his new plan.
Okay, well, what's in our packet is the same proposal that
Correct.
we've heard 3 or 4 times.
Correct.
We don't see his new proposal.
He's not submitted a piece of paperwork. That has been my argument, and where he's saying that I'm incorrect in my assessment. It's not that I'm incorrect in my assessment. He hasn't submitted he hasn't submitted a project plan. He thought he would be able to come here tonight and present it to y'all as like an amended plan change. There's nothing in the provisions that allows an amendment to a plan. He submitted the plan with all the correct documentation. That's the plan we've been hearing. That's the plan that's been noticed to the public. You can't do a bait and switch. And if you use the same logic, then a developer can come in and propose 8,000 square feet, and then the very last meeting, drop it down to 4,200 square feet, and everybody be like, what's going on? So, you can't have it both ways. And so he would need to be able to he would need to go through the process with his new plan change.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So if we vote tonight to approve this postponement, my question is maybe for the attorney, that 90 days that we have to respond, does that start over, or does that, because we're on day 61.
Right.
We
Well, his
postpone, but
request,
it's his request
yeah.
to postpone. So does that not count?
Yeah, it doesn't count. So when he requests to postpone, then
And then when he comes back, then
correct.
it's like,
Because
okay,
then a developer would just continue to postpone until they get their item requested.
just wanted
Or try to circumvent, that would be trying to circumvent the law. So this evening, these are your options this evening. Now, I'm going to request to go into executive session so you can discuss in detail with the attorney why these are your options and the legal. I'm not getting into the legal stuff here. I did cite a couple of provisions of the code because Mr. Shahid sent out an email saying I was wrong on all of my things, and and so I wanted to make sure I addressed all of those items in public since he decided he'd like to send that email out and say I was wrong in the interpretation. And so these are your provisions. I'm going to request that y'all go into executive session and discuss that outcome with the attorney, and then y'all can come out and make whatever decision y'all so choose.
Okay, very good. So with that direction, at approximately 7:26, please bear with us while we go into executive session so that we can, have all of the information, all of our questions answered so that we can come back and make the right decision. So at 7:28, we will move to executive session and stand in recess.
Come on, Ray. Jump up, Ray. You're a young man. What'd you do? Is Tom making you do gardening work or what?
I guess you could do some gardening.
I worked for Bob Meany about a year and a half, and I got called back to Kelly. I went back to Kelly. And got laid off again. Oh, yeah. It was like our first one. Here, yeah, our first one. Walk up We've had Boston ourselves, oh gosh, 40 years.
There's this one alongside of that. And then these two right here, they were gonna put, I was gonna put, office was ready.
There's still some
But which of these two?
It's an existing building.
Oh, okay, this is just raw land then.
No, wait, no. So it's, wait.
Yeah, I called the next one twice a year.
Will it pull up if I do it? Will it pull up on mine? What if I just put SIM code? Does it need the number? Does it need the number?
The number?
Does it need the number, or can I just put in SIM code? I don't know which of the two.
Yeah, it's good to correct. Take out permit. So it comes out.
4,700. That's
If that one's closed, so now you can go back.
I tried the express out of,
So sort by status? It's that top one, pending customer. So you open it?
No, I don't think it's that one. Because it is 4,700. It's this one. 4,723.
Now, that one says pending customer response.
So it's this one. So this one's still open.
So we're still waiting on them to give Aldera more documents or revise.
So Longtap's gonna resubmit their permit of storage because he doesn't want to do he can't. He's not gonna do the fire suppression. So he already rented this space, and then CPS cut to turn off the light today on him. And I was telling him about the airport guy, the plane guy. I was like, yeah, that's not our fault. That's not our fault, man. I don't know what to tell you.
So there's everything that they need. If you look at Aldera's comments.
I'm trying to look at.
So just a little area.
This one? See, this is what this guy wants. How big is this building?
So what they're gonna do is they're gonna build suites in there, but they're not gonna have 4 walls. It's gonna be one part that's gonna be open, like a cubicle, and they're gonna rent it out.
So the long-term guy, he's like, I will take that land across the street. He wants an outdoor place. He goes, I would like this with the trees. I'll leave it there. I'll build around it. And I said, he goes, these two together. I was like, I don't remember if it was this one or this one. But he's had it for a while. So I'm gonna see if he's like interested in maybe, because this is exactly what he
They're
was.
not gonna go anywhere.
They're not gonna go anywhere.
That one?
They're not gonna build it.
I don't think so. I think there's too many things that they have to change. I don't think they will.
What do they have to change? Well, I guess I can check.
That's all the things that Aldera wants them to provide.
What is no fill? Are they gonna put anything in there? What is no fill in the floodplain?
So they can't add more dirt in.
So his biggest thing is the flood? Oh, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that.
Little house on the prairie, little house on the prairie, on the rocks, you know, they have to be built up.
Well, see, that's what he wants to do. He wants to do, like, just the way this looks right here, because the building would be 5,000 square feet. That's what he wants. He needs warehouse for the brewery, and then he wants the trees. He goes, I won't cut down any of the trees. I want there to be an open patio to the back. That's what I want. So I can put out tables and chairs and music, and it's great because no one's back there, so I'm not going to bother anybody. But I was just worried about, I was asking him, like, well, I thought this project was for both pieces of land. So I may just call this person, I may just reach out to this person and say, hey.
Go up, to details, you'll see the applicant. Right there's applicant, and then details, and there's their contact.
But I don't know if he owns it. If he does own it, let me see. See, this is auto whatever and there whatever. So I don't know if this guy owns it.
I don't know, BCAD.
Well, that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm saying. This is BCAD.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. So I would like to know who owns it, so I can tell him, hey, this guy wants to buy from you, and I bought this app for this whole reason, just to find out the.
The homeless, yes, a week ago I was there with contractor order manager. No, I'm sorry.
So you just gonna come back and what's the thing? He's gonna.
And then I brought straight into the gate. We're getting you for
Our oldest is like that. But like fireworks or thunder, scratching the door when you come in. I have 2 inside, 2 outside. 2 little ones inside, 2 big ones on our rescues are outside. But we let them in at night, so they have their corners. In the morning,
the babies, just the smaller ones, and he's using me. And then the other 3, there's a living room, and they're outside having their sleep back room. But I go, I don't want them in my living room. I want my living room big back, and then you can do their kitchen room. But there's the big one is the new one. She's got them all. They're like your animals.
ours are small.
I've never heard a dog howl like this. Who's howling? Howls is fine.
Oh yeah. We have in the middle. He's doing some like passive renovation. I was working from home and all this stuff was outside, they were there like this, like, damn.
Behind the orthodontist, all right in the parking lot, and I was like, oh, what's going on, you know, but, yeah, that's why I haven't seen him since.
I haven't seen him. So she's just there by herself. And like once in a while, I'll say hi to her. She has a little friend dog.
Yeah, Zuma.
Zula. Yeah, how are you? How you doing?
She keeps trick-or-treating, she brought her, Luna.
She runs out all the time. Yes.
I think that was her sweater. I'm trying to like figure it out, like how it's wrong.
She just comes in and parks, you know, at an angle, and I'm like, I think next door, the guy who's in the room, I just felt bad, I was like, but he's cutting it, and he's like looking at me, and it's like, and so I had my lawnmower choking out. I said, my mom was brand new, but I'm not going over there.
Okay. Can I ask you to read those two? And Mr. Orozco and Mr. Bradshaw, we've got 4 letters. Okay, we're back from executive session at 8:15 on April the 16th. And what the council would like to do is to read the citizens to be heard letters that we've gotten. If you'll give one to Mr. Stevens so he can read one. And then we'd like to hear from you, and then the council will make a motion. Okay, so Mr. Bradshaw, if you'd start, please. and I'll just go
Mayor,
around the
I
dice.
would request that we don't read these letters.
No?
Because we've all received copies of them, right?
Okay.
Citizens be heard.
Maybe just summarize it, or?
Well, no,
No?
because I
Okay.
think normally what we do is, as a body, we take a vote of, are we going to read the citizens' letters or not?
Okay.
But you have selected these and printed them out and come prepared for us to read all the letters, and it just shows that you're biased towards a certain way, that you want the council to vote, and you want us to read the negative letters against this agenda item, as well as the people that are here against the agenda item. It's very clear that you're trying to influence the decision of the council.
Well, I'd just like to hear
So
from
I would just like
everybody,
to
so-
call for a vote on whether or not we read the letters.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloud.
You'll make that motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we do not read all these letters right now.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Roscoe to not read the letters. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the motion passes 3 ayes and 2 nays. So we won't read the letters, but we will hear from you. So is there anybody that would like to express their opinion on this postponement? I think it's real important to hear from the citizens, as you know. Mr. Matthews, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
As it pertains to this item, this is news. Now we have another wrench thrown in. I've attended, this will be my 4th meeting that as it pertains to this item. I've not seen anybody that's come up to the podium, any documentation in favor of the rezoning of this property. Not once, not a single person. Mr. Martinez, Benny Martinez, mentioned at the last meeting how we should compromise and how it's going to eventually get developed. And we know that. But we were not saying don't develop it. We were saying we do not want R6. We're fine with R1. No compromise. We're not trying to tell him nothing. We don't want it at all. We just don't want R6. It's that simple. And Councilman Stevens made a remark, and he was right on the money. I hope everybody shared his concerns about the 10% that was in there. He said it was eye-opening. That should have been highlighted because it was so far out there. This, what do you call it, extension or change of the rules as that's been proposed. I think that is this all grouped under the same R1, this second set of exemptions that he's asking for? I guess here's my question. If we get rid of if we vote against R6, does it squash the whole matter, both matters as it pertains to this? Because I don't understand if it does or does not. But I'd like to know if that is the case. And at the last meeting, somebody spoke of the school buses. First time it's been mentioned, but when you think about it, can you get a school bus in and out? Probably not. Probably not. So there's a safety of our children, which really needs to be considered as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I just wanted to note that even though we didn't read these letters tonight, as per the majority of the council members didn't want them read, they will be part of the record. So we will put them in the April 16th packet.
Can I just clarify who voted that motion?
It was Mr. Bradshaw, Mr. Orozco, and Mr. Martinez were 3 ayes, and the nays were Mr. Stevens and Mr. Campos.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I got that
Thank
correct.
you. Okay, but just wanted everybody to know that you will be heard, but not orally, but in the packet. So yes, Ms. Mersch.
Hi, I'm Beth Mersch, and I live in Seneca Estates. I would like to voice my opinion that I do not think an extension or postponement should be granted to the requester. I think this process has already taken a number of weeks, and in the normal course of his development process, he should have gotten the numbers that he needed to get. And for him to try and change his thoughts or his plans at this point without eliminating his previous request and starting all over from scratch, I think is wrong. And I don't think a postponement should be granted to him. Again, I would like to voice my disapproval of the whole zoning change to R6 housing or the PDD. And I think that the developer is doing everything possible to try and make us think that he's listening to us without really changing his overall perspective and his overall plan. And I think that dense a housing has no business in behind R1 housing and travel on residential streets to access this R6 development is a disaster. And I think something that hasn't really been talked about enough is the potential for increased crime as we have so much traffic through those residential streets, crossing through Seneca West residential streets to get from Seneca to Grass Hill or Grass Hill to Seneca or whatever, that we're going to see a significant increase in crime with that amount of traffic. And I think that is very hazardous. So I think in any kind of development, your dense housing should be closer to the major arteries so that the R1 housing is peaceful and behind all the traffic and that kind of thing. And this is just backwards about it. So I would like to express my disapproval of the zoning change as well as the request for postponement.
Okay, thank you. So it's so noted. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Shahadi. You have 3 minutes,
Good evening.
like everyone else.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to address our request for a rescheduling, not a postponement, and number 2, 1 minute history. So we have put this piece of property under contract back in December. We have been following pretty much what council has been trying to do in that area. We looked at council's attempt in the past to do the R6. We followed suit. Council asked us to do a PD. We followed suit. The 10% we did not ask for. It's part of the template. We were not trying to pull anything. A PD cost us an extra $300,000 that we could have lived without. So it's important that everybody understands that it was not our choice to go down the PD path. We heard the citizens. We wanted to come back with a revised and council's conversation. We respected Council Orozco's and Council Martinez's suggestion that maybe we should come back, listen to the citizens, and come back with a revised approach. So we went and we said we wanted to reduce the density. In fact, we are looking at 7,200 square feet from 4,500 square feet, which would get us, R1 is 104. We will be looking at close to 119 instead of 166. So in order for us to make that, and we have the site plan, we have all of that pretty much in place. We want to compromise. We have been listening. We want to do the right thing. We are using R1 as the base. We are literally just asking for tiny little compromise on, from council, from the citizens, so that instead of having 104, we would have 119. That is 15 lots extra. It does not change anything in terms of traffic impact. So that's what we wanted to present. And we came back listening to council. We said we wanted to make the compromise. And now we're caught up in this technicality about, well, you know, you have to go all the way back. And, well, the citizens will have to come back twice more to tell us the same thing. We know what they want. They want lower density. We're offering that. So why are we being sent back for them to come back for two more public hearings? That would be 6 public hearings in total, so that they would come back and tell us, we want to reduce density. We're offering that. So what is the issue? Why can we not present it? Allow us a chance to get the numbers so that we can see if we can actually present it with confidence so that we are able to do 119 lots. What's so wrong with our request? I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Caldera, would you please clarify, did the council tell Mr. Shahadi that he had to do a PDD?
No. I don't have any record that nobody told him. Now,
Excuse me, Mr. Shahadi, you're not recognized. Sit down, please. Go ahead.
So this isn't a back and forth, like we don't answer questions.
Exactly, but
as far as I know, the council.
I don't remember the council ever saying.
The council never directed
to go to do a PDD.
Right.
That's all.
The council that from the meetings that I've been in, I have not heard the council provide directions to the developer. Correct.
And then just for clarification, R1 is 8,400 square feet. The amendment that I understand is 7,000 feet.
Again,
So
Mayor, I
it's
wouldn't get
different.
into that
I know.
discussion.
So that's
and
it.
so
All right, just want to get it clarified so before we continue. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. And if you'll remind me of your name and where you reside.
Hi, my name is Robert Britton, and
Yes.
I want you to know I share a home. I'm a homeowner that shares a property line with this proposed development.
Oh, okay, very good. And
All right, so I ask that you not postpone this agenda item, and instead we vote no tonight. I believe every council member here has heard the citizens' complaints. You are all capable of making a well-informed decision tonight. The city of Leon Valley has this property zoned R1 for a reason. The city is planned out intelligently to keep the value and integrity of Leon Valley intact, to keep Leon Valley a place that we all love. The builder bought this property as an R1. So why haven't we seen any plans for an R1 development? Instead, the builder wants to devalue our city and make his plans our nightmare. What I see is a builder that wants to come in and encroach on our park and nature area so he can put as many undersized value homes in one area to maximize his profits. This is not in our best interest. Let's remember, the builder will be gone after the project is over, but we will be left with all the problems of an incorrect infrastructure surrounding our homes. So as a concerned citizen, I ask you to make the decision tonight to stop this rezoning. Thank you for your time.
thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, we have Mr. White and then Ms. Barker. Go ahead. Mr. White, go ahead.
John White, I live on Mary Jameson Street. I'm going to read my letters that I sent to citizens to be heard, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the deliberative process that the city has taken to consider the rezoning request for the Good Samaritan Lodge Nursing Home subdivision. You have held a town hall meeting, several planning and zoning commission meetings, and at least 3 city council meetings where arguments for and against the rezoning were heard. You have considered the concerns of TxDOT, the concerns of the fire department, the concerns of the Parks Commission. You have also heard that the Planning and Zoning Commission voted against this rezoning. You have respectively listened to many Seneca West residents who have unanimously recommended denying this rezoning request. At the 14th annual town hall meeting held on January 27th, 75% of the attendees from all over the city of Leon Valley did not vote to deny rezoning, but to leave the property alone. I feel that the members present tonight have received enough information and are in the best position to make an informed decision to put this request to rest by denying this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Barker?
Linda Barker, Grass Hill, and it will impact me tremendously, Mayor, City Council. As you've seen, with all the homeowners from Seneca West, Seneca 2, along with other concerned Leon Valley citizens, we show up time and time again trying to protect our neighborhoods. We are opposed to any R6 rezoning or smaller units as presented here in this area. Mayor and Council, these are the people that elected you to represent them. These are the people that will this will impact greatly. It is not you were not elected to use your feelings or your personal agendas to injure the neighborhood we live in. It comes down to several important things, such as impact, safety, environment, etc. But the basic is you were elected by the residents to represent them and not some developer or those he represents who are just here to make money and has no regard for Seneca West or Seneca 2 residents or Leon Valley. Please vote to not rezone. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside.
My name is Patricia Hernandez.
Okay.
I've lived in Seneca Estates 2 on Kinman for 10 years. This
Great.
is my first meeting, my first time speaking. Never attended a town hall meeting before. When you make your decision, when you're deciding, think about those who feel safe here. I come from a side of town where I was raised in the lower economy projects, whatever you want to call it. I have pride, and when I tell people I live in Leon Valley, my taxes are ridiculously high. I've never been a homeowner this long, and when you vote, think about what that does to Leon Valley. R1 homes, that's what I'm paid for, that's what I was looking for, that's what I came to, that's what I'm surrounded by. I have felt safe these last 10 years. I am here today because when I hear that this is going to impact the neighborhood quality, the pride and ownership because of the values of the homes being diminished, that brings other things into the community, like some said, you know, our crime rates. I just want you to understand that a lot of us take pride in living in Leon Valley, and we pay that extra whatever it is for Leon Valley. You are making a decision based on what some of us feel as our pride and our safety. R1, I do believe in advancement. I do believe that we need to grow, but not at a cost of putting everybody else's safety or our comfort at risk, because we are paying for that comfort and we've been paying for it. I haven't been a Leon Valley resident for long, but 10 years is long for me. And I hope you do think about that when you make your decision, what it is we're inviting into Leon Valley. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right. Yes. Ms. Hill? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm actually asking for some clarification on what's going to happen here tonight. So if you vote to approve the request, then it gets delayed. If you vote to deny the request, then are you prepared to vote for the zoning change tonight? Can anyone tell me if that's what will happen?
Go ahead.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you. So if the council decides to deny the postponement this evening, then yes, then they will move to hear the application as is, what we've been hearing this whole time. Correct.
And vote.
And vote on that. If they decide to agree to the postponement, then one or two things will happen. He can either bring back the same project at a later date after he gets the numbers, or he would have to, have a new plan change and go through the process again.
Okay. Well, then I do have a petition of neighbors who live within 200 feet, or at least as best we could, in the Ridgett Leon Valley. And just real quickly, too, before I go, I did a little bit of homework on the lot size in the Ridgett Leon Valley, which we're being compared with. And the average lot there is almost 5,000 square feet. They vary in size. All the houses that ring the perimeter of the Ridgett Leon Valley go anywhere from 6,000 square feet to 5,500 square feet. It's pretty easy to find the numbers. They're available because most of those houses have been for sale pretty recently, or within the last 10 years. So I just kind of did a pick. The houses that are on the streets that go up and down the hill, those are the smallest lots, and those tend to be about 4,950 square feet. So what we're talking about with the current proposal is something that's about 1,000 square feet smaller than what is at the Ridgett Leon Valley. And it's smaller than the garden homes that are in Seneca West. So it's not apples to apples comparison. And we're talking about density. And I don't care what you call it. I'm just concerned about the density in the neighborhood, how many people will be living there, how many cars will be driving down our streets every day, about the availability of parking and the safety of the people in the community. That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay.
Thank
you very much. Good evening, Ms. Diaz.
Hi,
to
good
see you.
evening.
Mhm.
Guadalupe Diaz from, I live on Kinman. And so I'm just going back to my notes. Nothing new to say here. Leon Valley is a prime location currently. We have other communities, Culebra and Tally, Bernie, Castroville, Valverde, Palo Alto, Cibolo, China Grove, that are currently building R1 homes in half-acre lots, 1-acre lots. It is possible to do it and to do it right and to take the time and to make it beautiful, because Leon Valley is a beautiful city, and to honor the trees and to honor the ground that we are currently building. I am, quite honestly, this might be a harsh word, but I'm appalled at the level of pushback from city council members that are just denying the voices of the citizens that are saying, stop, slow down. We do want it. We do want homes here, but they have to be the right homes, and they have to be homes that add the value to the community and the quality of life that we have. And it has to be well thought out and well planned out, not so fast in a hurry that we forget about the concerns that this then brings to us, that we live there. You don't live there. We live there. Concerns with fire, with the fire department not being properly equipped, police, EMS, the safety of the community, not to mention crime that could potentially rise, and we are not ready or equipped to handle those pieces. I also want to say that I am concerned with the citizens' voices not being heard, Mayor. I want to hear those letters from the community. I'm shocked that we have council members that represent us, the community, and you are not allowing voices of other members that are not here to be heard. That's not okay. You were selected to represent the community, and the fact that you are not wanting to share those voices is a concern to me. I vote to stop the rezoning, to deny whatever needs to be denied today. That has to be an R1 property. It is an R1 property. Lots of people spent lots of time doing all the planning, doing all the research behind it to say R1 is the right way to develop in that particular piece of Leon Valley. I don't understand what it is so hard to just capture about the essence of what needs to happen. My vote is to deny what is being asked, and that we maintain that property as an R1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Diaz, good evening and welcome.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Mayor, Councilman Campos, and Councilman Stevens, thank you for trying to allow citizens who write something in to be heard. Maybe they couldn't make it today. I don't know. But thank you for that, for trying to. It's important that we try to hear what people want to say, whether it's for it or whether it's against it. Everybody has that right to say something. The developer knows how much he's going to spend. He's the developer. They know what they're going to spend on development, whether it's going to go bigger or smaller or whatever. They have teams to figure this out. We do not need a postponement. We need to make an answer. That's what you've been elected for. That's what we're asking you for. This gentleman here that came up earlier, he said it best. He said the developer bought it as an R1, knew it was an R1, got under contract as an R1. Okay, so the citizens here are not against development in our area. Has anybody here directed staff to look at developers who are willing to do half-acre lots? Has anybody? I mean, has staff even had a chance to look at that? I mean, half-acre lots going up over there came out last time by Tally Road in Culebra. $650,000 homes going up. I mean, that would be a very nice development coming back there on a half-acre lot. Councilman Campos said at Boverde, Texas, there's a waiting list for people buying half-acre lots. Bring them here. Bring them here. I encourage you to look at developers who are willing to go in there. Direct staff to look and find developers who want to do half-acre lots. If it's not an acre lot, half-acre lot. You know, something that will be appealing and that will please the neighbors that live there. You know, that is our neighborhood. You know, because I can guarantee you, if this was happening in your neighborhood, you'd be standing up here just like me. I respectfully request, and thank you for serving the city of Leon Valley. I respectfully request that you deny the extension and that you vote for it today. That's what you're here for, and that you vote no for the R6. I know it is a private property. I know that. I know it's a private property sale, but it affects the citizens who live there right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Yes, Mr. Mata.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. And I guess I come up, seeing how this is all shaking out, and in some ways I agree with Will Bradshaw, Mayor. I think you kind of pick and choose priorities that you want to apply a different set of standards to. And I mean, I know it's not comfortable to hear this, but I see it. You full well know that a year after COVID, you guys stopped reading letters, right? That was not a normal practice. That was because of the pandemic. So you kind of pick and choose when you're going to decide to read letters if it's something you're passionate about. So other thing I would say is, I'm not necessarily so interested in seeing this property developed, but I saw the process play out when it came to the Triangle property. And I think through trial and error and a lot of debate, whether at the planning and zoning level or here at council, you guys came to a pretty good settlement on what would happen to that property. Okay? And I think at this point, obviously, certain people see it as an opportunity to shut the door to it, okay? And I understand there are people that don't want to develop, no matter if they say they do or not. It's going to, and we know at some point. If the developer that's brought this plan forward is willing to continue to work to do something that satisfies the residents of Seneca Westmore, why not listen to that? Why shut the door to it? We've seen the experience with the Triangle property, and something positive came out of it. Remember, back a year ago, we heard a lot of residents that lived in Seneca coming forward with a lot of extreme comments about, really, in my view, kind of scare tactics, about concerns about people with guns and being able to see from 2-3-story homes into their backyards. I mean, there was some insane stuff that came forward. But I think that at this point, think about the risks moving forward about, how do we know we're going to get a developer in the future that would be willing to compromise and give the community something more satisfying? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Yes, Ms. Hendricks, how are you this evening? And welcome.
Fine. Sharon Hendricks, 6015 AIDS. I guess I keep thinking of the master plan. You know, our city has plans of what development should be done. And we have our E1 and R1 for the rest of the property in Seneca West. And I think we should stick to that and not have a developer come in and try to dictate to us how to change our master plan and change the zoning that we already have. So that's all I have to say. I think we should vote no to the postponement and no to R6 and leave it as it is zoned now, because that's what fits best with our subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Tasu. Dr. Tasu, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all the councilmen. As I said earlier also, I think no council, no zoning committee, nor even a single citizen for the last 25 years, I've been here for 21 years, has actually voted or asked for any change from R1 to anything else. So if the history says that even today, we have, it is my fourth time that I'm coming here, and everybody else the same way. Even today, people are saying, hey, please do not, requesting, please do not change it from R1 to any other. So what is the issue that why are we bent on thinking of changing it to something else? If it is inconveniencing us, all of you have been voted by us to be here to represent us and to represent our welfare. All of you are here for our welfare. So my request is think of our welfare. Don't put us into inconveniences. Don't put us, into where safety will be a big issue. And, traffic will go all over all the lanes that we have here when there's a traffic jam. So the cars tend to go to different alternative lanes. So we'll be at a mess if we shift over from R1. Let's maintain it as R1. The other thing that is that not allowing reading letters. People who are unable to come here have expressed their wish that they should be heard by the citizen what is their point of view. I think that would be the right way to do it. Otherwise, you are stifling their voice, but not hearing what some of them have said. And the last thing that I want to say is there are two issues here. One is rezoning, which is a very separate issue, and the other is the builder going back and getting a new plan. He may have R1 or something close to R1. There's an administrative thing. We are here today to vote for rezoning. So we should go ahead and keep it as R1, vote for R1, and I would request everybody, all the people who are, all the councilmen, please look at the voice of, it's a unison voice. Everybody is speaking in the same way that you are here for our welfare. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, we have someone from the foyer coming in. Good evening. And yes, good evening, and remind me of your name. I know you've spoken before.
Yes, Cynthia Hernandez.
Cynthia Hernandez, thank you.
I think it's known as Seneca West on William Rancher. I think I just want to reflect that last time I spoke about unintended consequences, and I feel like I'm not sure what our unintended consequences of postponing or not postponing would be. I don't know if you can postpone a postponement. Y'all have attorneys who are like advising or informing, and so I think as a citizen who doesn't have that, it's kind of confusing or bizarre what has transpired, because I don't know. Then like a postponement wasn't even on my radar, but then I'm like, well, what else don't I know that I don't know that can happen? So that's concerning, and I don't know if we could get more information. I have a belief that you guys are already decided. This is a formality. So it's just kind of bizarre, and I just want to reflect the bizarreness of it. Either way, I think you guys have heard my comments and the comments of everyone else, but I think it's just a little odd.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just make a quick
You
comment?
sure may.
There's so many laws that govern zone changes, not only in your charter and your local ordinances, but at the state level and at the federal level. And so there are different provisions. And for those of you that have paid attention or have been part of the council or committees or been part of the zoning commission, y'all all know that. And so this evening, the request for postponement came in. There is a provision in our code that allows for rescheduling of an item. And so that's what's being presented tonight. So every version, every rezoning, any plating, any subdivision change, are all guided by sets of rules and regulatory and statutory requirements. So I know it's confusing. I know not everybody has the same, consultations with the attorney, but the laws and stuff are available. It's just a matter of knowing where to look. And we've been doing this for so long that we go to all the statutes. And so we understand that it's confusing. That's why I tried to give the brief presentation before we got started on this item to kind of give you the citations of how we ended up here this evening, just to try to make it as clear as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Bradshaw.
So thank you for that explanation, Dr. Caldera. And I was going to say the same thing. The difference, what we're voting on tonight, we could vote and say no postponement, denial or approval of this request. And then if it was denied, the applicant could come back in 6 months. They'd have to wait 6 months and come back with a new proposal. The postponement request came in by the developer, and they supposedly, we don't have any new plan, but they supposedly wanted to amend the plan after hearing what all the citizens were saying. And so, but that wouldn't necessarily be 6 months. It could be 2 months, it could be 3 months. They'd have to go through the process again, including notice to the neighborhoods again of what the new proposal, new plan is. And then I just wanted to clarify about the reading of the letters, because as was stated, this was something that happened during COVID. A lot of people were writing in, and we were getting a lot of letters. And after COVID, our rules of decorum said that either people could attend in public and voice their opinions, or they could write a letter and it would be added to the record. And we get all those letters. We read all those letters. They're put in the minutes for everybody to read, for the public. They're open to the public. But we don't sit there, especially we have these meetings that we're going till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. We don't read through all the letters. But I found it curious that this topic, which the mayor is very much opposed of, she printed out the letters and brought them for us to read and just assume we're going to read them this time. It was very biased. That's why I called it out, because she's obviously on one side of the topic, and so we're not trying to silence anybody's voices from that. And to that point, somebody was here that wrote the letter, and the rules say you can write a letter or attend in person and speak, not both. So just to clarify that. And with that being said, I would like to make a motion that we grant the postponement of this rezoning request, and any changes that are made to the proposal will have to go back through the planning and zoning process.
Second.
I'll second it. He already.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Councilor Bradshaw, and a second by Councilor Orozco to postpone this zoning request. But all the changes would come back, but you'd have to go back through the zoning commission. Is that correct? Right. Yes. Okay. So got the two motion and the second. Now we're going to do discussion. So Mr. Martinez, we'll start with you and we'll go around the dais.
Okay. First, let me make it plain to everybody here. I am against R6. Okay. So with that, I liked what I heard tonight from Mr. Shahade, that he wants to keep the R1 zoning. That's what you guys want, to keep R1 zoning.
Excuse me. We're not going. Excuse me. We're not. I can't have people shouting out at the council meeting, please.
And
so
he said he would like to
Mr. Martinez.
Have the lot size a little bit smaller, and he wants to cut it back from 166 homes to 119, I believe, or 114? 119. So he has listened to you people. He did just like the same thing he did on the Triangle property. You know, he could have built 304 apartments by right, and he listened to the people and came down to, what, 68 or 62, something like that, units there. So he did listen to. So I'm in favor of postponing that, and I want to hear, and I bet everybody here wants to hear his final plan. So that's it. Let's let him present his final plan for 119 homes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Okay, I have a lot of comments. I want to start by talking about the Triangle property specifically because it did come up and I realize a lot of people don't know what the heck we're talking about. So previously, over a year ago now, there is a piece of property that's located at Evers and Seneca that Mr. Shiotti was the developer for, currently being constructed upon. And yes, that process, the land was zoned a combination of things, but pretty much B2 retail and for multifamily apartment style homes. And so after, you know, the residents initially were very opposed to any type of development on the piece of property that was undeveloped, although it was not owned by the city. So it kind of, you know, we have to allow at least that, what it's zoned for. And so through the PDD process, a real compromise was reached, one in which the citizens ultimately benefited when they got single-family residential homes instead of the multifamily apartments and B2 retail. And so as you can see, that was a night and day, apples, oranges difference between the Triangle property then and what we are discussing today. What we're discussing today is a property that's currently zoned for single-family homes that are R1, you know, and have a specific lot size. There's no compromise. Like this whole word of compromise, it means both sides are giving and getting. This project, the citizens aren't getting anything from it. They're giving everything. And that's what I think I find the most frustrating. And Mr. Shihadi approached, you know, multiple members of the council a couple of years ago, and because this piece of property has been discussed in the past, and it as well as the city-owned piece of property. That's a completely separate issue, but and it was kind of I told him personally that you're going to have to get citizen buy-in from that. I know not everybody's going to like the plan, whatever it is, but you're going to have to get at least some citizen buy-in in order for me to approve it. Some citizen buy-in from the people that live in the community. And that's where I've always operated from, that you get some citizen buy-in. For the Triangle property, we not only got some citizen buy-in, but by the end of that process and after everybody kind of understood that it could be apartments and B2 retail, and then we had single-family homes, people bought into it.
Yeah.
This, as you can tell, not a single person has bought into it from your neighborhood. And so it's just a very different thing. I know when I was first on this council, or actually prior to, I think, I brought a poster board up here. There was a little bit of contention in the city hall, and I had a diagram of the organizational structure of Leon Valley. If I still had that poster, I would have brought it tonight. But at the very top of it, it has the citizens of Leon Valley, and they're who we respond to. City managers under us, all the department heads and that sort of thing under her. But at the very top is the citizens, and I think we're kind of, you know, some of us are losing sight of that. Okay, shifting now to this specific project. So April 2nd, the last council meeting date in which we discussed this, I think perhaps a few of us on the council were a little bit too forward in how we would decide to vote, and told you guys how what we were thinking and where we were coming from. I think after that meeting, the developer left with a lot of desperation. There was a lot of desperation because he realized at that point, never realized before because of all the dinners and stuff that he's attended with some of the council members, that oh, I guess maybe we aren't, like, maybe I don't have three of the 5 council members that I need. And so I think that that realization caused him to panic. On April 8th, he formally requested via government section chapter 212 for us to do this engineering study that never before has happened in Leon Valley until the platting stage. It's a platting stage. It's a Texas law. It was recently changed back in like 2019. So we weren't even, because it had never really been utilized in this manner. But on April 8th, he requested that we conduct this engineering study that normally is not done until after the zoning section and before the platting, or during the platting process, which occurs after council either stamps or doesn't stamp the zoning change. And so when the developer currently says that I'm waiting on those calculations, again, these are the calculations that were requested out of desperation on April the 8th, 6 days after our meeting on April the 2nd, when he first realized ever that 3 of the 5 council members were opposed to the project as he had it. I also want to, and I just found the email, we've gotten so many emails from all you guys, like city staff, we get a lot of emails all the time. And then from the developer, and it was like really mesmerizing to me that he decided finally, after April 2nd, that he was going to listen to the citizens, that he was going to try to get citizen buy-in, I guess. That's what I kind of hypothesized from it. But it was just intriguing to me that it took up until the point then he realized he didn't have, the votes, that he actually gave a crap about you guys, really. So that's where I'm coming from. We also, there's a lot of other complicating factors, and we had to discuss a lot of the stuff back there, and that's what we were kind of, there's like a 90-day law on these zoning changes, so essentially we have to make a decision one way or another in 90 days up until the request to postpone. Now, apparently, the request to postpone, which I did see the email from the developer, the request to postpone, but now he's calling it a rescheduling, and so I don't know if we need a legal opinion on that, because we did not talk about a quote rescheduling.
That's
or
what the postponement is per the law. It says rescheduling. Under the section,
okay.
It says rescheduling.
Okay, cool. So there's that, but talked about that. Yeah, so essentially, I think it comes down to like we have a developer that's come in that's really made efforts to fraternize with myself and other council members. I don't do that type of stuff. I think that we should all have to say on the record how many dinners we've attended with the developer, which I will be the first to say 0 for me. I also think that, gosh, this is just, it's like a little bit frustrating because usually I'm on like the other side, the property rights side, and the mayor knows this. Mm-hmm. But for this, I just, like there's 0 citizen buy-in. It's like easy to me. Mm-hmm. It's not even like a difficult situation. We aren't talking about going from apartment homes to single family residential, like the Triangle property. We're talking about going from what is now zoned a not highly dense to much higher density. Oh, I also want to talk about, so I had the city manager today. I unfortunately bugged her a lot because I didn't understand a lot of things. But we received, because I guess we've never seen this before, but we don't actually usually see the original applications for these PDD projects. We see the slideshow presentations and the stuff that y'all see, but we generally don't get the actual applications. And so I did want to see, because I think it's important for us to realize that after the kick of desperation that hit after April 2nd, desperation, after that, and then we're throwing spaghetti at the wall, hoping something's going to stick, so we're going to use this government code section 212. Then he decides that, okay, we're going to completely change ours after the public hearings are completely conducted, and we advertise these like in the Express News. After they're completed, then he wants to pull this change on us. So it's not noticed at all, and he wants to do it in the meeting that we vote on it. Like, I don't know, like, how people can but that's crazy that you would even consider that. So in his original application, and again, we have not received a single piece of paper to date. Nobody from the city staff, because I verified earlier, has received a single piece of paper with any type of new plans. Let's just call them new plans. We have this, which requests 166 homes, R6 base zoning. It's pretty much the presentation that we've been given up in, through April 2nd meeting. And so for us to all of a sudden be going off of word of mouth that he all of a sudden wants to change, he hasn't submitted a single freaking piece of paper to the city. He hasn't even emailed any specific plans. And he said earlier, because I wrote down this quote, I wrote it somewhere, but he said earlier that he had all of these plans and drafts and all these things for his new plan. Well, guess what? City doesn't have any of it. We haven't seen any of it. Our staff has seen none of it. So that's where I'm coming from. I think that it is past time to postpone this. It has wasted an enormous amount of time of y'all's. It's wasted an enormous amount of time from us. It's going to continue to waste an enormous amount of time unless we put a stop to it. So that's why I hope we'll put a stop to it tonight, but I don't know if that'll happen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're right.
I'm going to be just real brief. I don't support the postponement. I'd rather do the vote tonight. And I would not support any development of an R6 in that area, whether it be this property or another property. You know, what my concern is, we saw it last meeting that we here on Hebner Road, where we gave some concessions to a contractor. They bought some more property, and they think they're entitled to the same concessions for the second, rather than coming back for a new decision. And so I'm concerned that if we allow one R6, then the next developer is going to say, well, I deserve the same thing as well. So if I'm not supportive of the postponement. I'd rather vote tonight, and I would vote in opposition of the current application. And that's what I have to say.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, just a few things, and then I'll ask Mr. Roscoe and Mr. Bradshaw, or Mr. Roscoe to weigh in. You know, I didn't, the city secretary gave me those letters, and I just saw them, and I hadn't even read them, but I just passed them out. Mr. Bradshaw is right. We did say we weren't going to read them, and, well, oh well, I just passed them out. So I didn't mean to violate any rules that we have, but I just felt like this is a passionate issue and that everybody needs to be heard, whether you're here or not. And this is an exception, and it was just my call. So, but again, it's the process. They voted not to hear from them, but they will be part of the record. So I just want to clarify that. But Mr. Bradshaw is correct.
So I just want to clarify, because y'all keep saying part of the record. Y'all amended your rules of decorum. The letters stay as part of like the records retention, but they're not part of the packet and haven't been for like a year since y'all have changed y'all's rules
I
of
thought they were
decorum.
in the.
No,
They were in the.
no, y'all changed
actual,
your rules of decorum, and you
Well,
and the
then-
council members can request that the letters be read, you or the
Yeah,
council.
right.
But they can you can also vote to deny
Yeah,
reading
that's
them.
right. So, okay.
But you
I
can
guess-
make a statement like we have 8 letters that are against the.
Well, I
plans
don't know
going-
how many
whatever,
letters
whatever
I
it was,
had,
but
but
you can
anyway.
you can make the statement and then that's fine. But they stay for as long as they're required for records retention
Okay,
purposes.
so
but they're
that's
not part-
another reason to read them, so that they
I'm
are
just letting you know they're
actually
not
part of the
as-
record. Okay.
When you adopted your new rules of decorum, they're not part of the record. I just want to make that clear.
Thanks
That's
for
not-
that clarification.
You're welcome.
I agree with Mr. Stevens and Mr. Campos on their comments. I don't have a vote, but I always say I have a say. And I didn't get wined and dined by the developer. I didn't even know that was going on. So, Mr. Orozco.
Oh, thank
go
you, Mayor.
ahead.
I just want to answer some of the questions and concerns that you all have. One of the things that was said was that, that we don't live there, and we wouldn't be experiencing that. Well, actually, I do. I live in an R6 home, double wide, and there's a development less than a half a block away from me. I'm going to experience, 50 to 100 to 200 homes half a block from me. So I know what it is, and I know the concerns that are going, but I'm going through it because I know that eventually it will benefit the city of Leon Valley. I don't like, it really upsets me, the inconsistency of this developer. And I have listened to a lot of people, as Mr. Stevens and the rest of the city council has. And of course, we have yes and no, and of course, the majority of the people that I spoke to are wanting to have R1. And I can see that. And just because I'm in R6 doesn't mean that I'm going to go for R6 in that area. I know that we're taking a long time. Somebody mentioned that, they've been coming here for years and years to get this done. Well, as long as it takes for me to make the right decision for the citizens that you mentioned, voters us in here, I'm going to take that time. If I'm going to vote for the postponement to come back, I'm going to say, hey, man, you know what? You got one more chance to let these people know what you're going to do, what you can do for you. And that's the only reason that I would vote for the postponement. Because as everybody knows, that I give everybody a chance here in council, say, okay, you know what? You got a chance. Tell me what you got. This is the last time. And if not, but I can tell you exactly where I'm leaning to. And I think that I'm beginning to like R1, so I'm going to change my place to R1. But I'm leaning towards R1. And, okay, I'm going to give him a chance. I'm going to say, you know what? Show me what you got. And that's where I'm going with that.
Okay, all right.
And
Did you have anything else to
Yeah,
add?
I do.
Okay,
Thank you.
yes, go
And
ahead.
did you get a steak dinner? Did you get a steak dinner?
No, I did not.
You need to.
I didn't get a steak dinner. Who got a steak dinner?
I'm just saying, that's what Councilor Stevens is accusing people of.
I want to know
So,
where my steak dinner is.
For the record.
I said if you've attended a dinner with the developer.
Attended a dinner with the developer.
No, I didn't get a steak dinner. I didn't even get a hamburger.
So I have met the developer at I Love Churros to talk about the Triangle property back under development. I paid for my own churros and ice cream. I did not allow him to pay for me, just to clarify that. And it's already been said, the citizens are against the R6 development, understood that, but it's also been said that this has been, I think the doctor was saying 20 years or something, that there's been talking about this property, and guess what? Hasn't been developed. So again, just to restate the options here, there's the postponement, which would allow the developer to come back with a new plan in 2-3 months, whatever it takes, the time period, or reject it all, and then he can come back in another 6 months and do it. So either way, it's still coming back. And my feeling is everybody just wants to quash this and be done with it and no development ever. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. So that's just what I am hearing. And leave it R1 and nobody wants to touch it. Right? My point is, it's been 20 years. People are developing in Bulverde. People are developing in Bernie. People other places. Guess what? They're not coming here and developing. Why is that? Because it's not profitable. It's not. It doesn't work. So, my point is, let's see what this developer can come up with and look at it. That's what I would say. So,
Okay, very
that being
good.
said,
I think we've all
Mayor,
heard-
one more. I
Yes,
guess if
uh-huh.
I could amend my motion, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I just want to amend it to, because I was under the impression like you that the letters were included
Yes.
in the record.
Mhm.
I would, maybe a different motion, but I just want the letters to be included in the record for this meeting.
Your first motion, then we'll take that letter as a second.
Okay, second motion is to include the letters that were sent in in the record.
Okay, and you'll second that. All right, we'll take that as a second. So the first motion was to approve the postponement, and that consequence is that the developer will have to go back through the
Planning and zoning
planning and
process.
zoning with
If there's
any
any
changes.
changes.
But if
Yes.
this is the proposal we have is the R6, and that's the one he wants to change. So this is the postponement for any changes that comes. But again, he has to start all over through the zoning commission. So you will be getting more notification if this motion passes. So Dr. Caldera, I usually look at Ms. Postle for a roll call vote, but let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Stevens?
Nay.
Councilor Campos?
Nay.
Councilor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilor Bradshaw?
Yay.
All right, the motion passes 3 yeses and 2 nays. Then the second motion was to include the letters that we did not read tonight into the actual packet of the April 16th meeting. We have a motion by Mr. Bradshaw and a
And I'll
second by...
second it.
No, Mr. Roscoe
Okay.
seconded it. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, so that's it. You'll be getting some kind of notification, I guess. I'm not sure. It's going to go back through the planning and zoning. Okay, go ahead.
So unless he decides to come back with his original plan back to council, then you'll hear the original plan and you can take a vote at that time.
Okay, and that would be on May the 7th.
Well,
That's our next meeting.
He's postponed it for right now, and so until I hear from him, I don't know.
Okay, so not to a date certain.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Very good. Okay, well.
Wait, before everybody leaves,
to
we
be
have
conti-
coffee this Saturday. Everybody's going to run out, and I know it's part of your announcements, but before
Okay,
they leave.
it's not this Saturday.
No, it's the
week- It's
27th.
the week from, and hazardous waste, yeah.
And household hazardous waste, and we'll be discussing the 911 dispatch. So I know that that's always a topic of conversation. And so Bear County will also be here to answer questions. So if you're interested in why we don't have our own dispatch center, we will be having that conversation on Saturday morning at 9 a.m. here in the council chambers.
And we have Fiesta medals, so I know I passed some out, so can
I need 3. Can you hand me 3?
I've got tons, so, yes. And they're, you know what's so cool about it is that they're bottle openers and a keychain, 2 things in one. So, please come up and get your, but thank you all very much. You've been very, very patient and understanding, and to be continued. That's all I can say. To be continued. Anybody else? Yes. Anybody else?
There you go.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. White.
Rooker, would you like one?
Do appreciate. Oh, you've gotten one. Okay.
Oh, so you did?
Oh, I understand. We'll reconvene as soon as everybody gets back. Thank you all very much. See you at the coffee. Happy Fiesta.
Drink. You don't drink when he's at work.
We also have a job fair on April 23rd.
Oh, that's right. We sure do. And
Sorry, I'm gonna
it's
get
a full
that
house.
off.
30 employers.
Yep.
Not yet. We've got a few more things left. Good night.
Probably. Did we bet on something? No, did we bet on the spray thing?
No, it's here. We're here at announcements, but they've all gone, so that's okay. Yeah.
Made it. Phoenix made it. Barely. It's a good thing.
Yeah, but at least they made
Huh?
it. We both will get a high drive.
We sure did. Okay. Okay. So we're going to go to announcements, but everybody's already left. So most of the announcements we've already tried to say, and so I just wanted to be. One thing we didn't say is I just wanted to thank all the efforts that went into the volunteer appreciation dinner. I thought that was really a nice event, and Crystal Miranda and her team did a wonderful job, and so I thank them for sure. And household hazardous waste is the 27th as well, so I'm getting my stuff together, and I hope y'all get your stuff together as well. And that was another grant from the San Antonio River Authority, so that was, again, good efforts from our staff, people who wrote that grant. Okay, but you know what? We forgot last meeting that it was Mr. Martinez's birthday on March the 28th, and so we need to sing happy birthday to you, Mr. Martinez, and we're not going to ask you how young you are, okay? Okay, but if everybody will join me in singing happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Hope you had a great day and a wonderful year ahead. So, all right. And we've already, Dr. Caldera, you're next to your city manager's report. Unless there's any other council members that have an announcement. Yes. Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
I would kindly request that we circulate that household hazardous waste graphic on social media, the one that has the list.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then maybe include words like fuel and, because there's a lot of categories of things.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
You know. Cool.
I'll ask Ms. Miranda to get that out tomorrow.
Okay. So your report, please.
So my report is outside and online. I sent it to y'all earlier today. I've already kind of stated everything. We have the coffee with the mayor and the council on Saturday. Bear County will be here to answer questions. And so I will also give a brief presentation on how kind of the history of our 911 dispatch, and Eddie Taylor will be here from 911.
It's here.
Here at
It's
City
here,
Hall.
not at
Yes,
conference
not the
center.
conference
Yeah.
center. Other than that, everything else is in the city manager's report.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Next is, we've already done the consent agenda. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Mr.
I just have one
Hudson.
announcement.
Yes, go ahead.
We have a new HOA president.
Oh, you did?
His name is Jonathan Gotze.
Oh,
And
yeah. I know
and
Jonathan.
he'll come and introduce himself
Great.
in our next
Well,
meeting. hopefully.
congratulations to him. Yeah, all righty, very good. All right, when we move to agenda item number 8, because we did approve the consent agenda earlier, I did ask the manager, Mr. Stevens, about the septic tank, because I was going back through my notes to make sure that this would not be on this agenda, but she said the staff is working on it, so hopefully it'll be.
It should
at
be on the next agenda. I
on the
did
next
call him
agenda.
prior to, because I was like, I can still put it on and we can have a discussion about it, but staff wasn't going to be ready.
Yeah.
And so he said it was fine because he was still going to be here and we can have that discussion, as well as his, we're going to look at amending the PDD. That was also in one of his requests.
Would that be at the next one as?
It'll actually be at the zoning commission. It has to go to zoning commission first.
Okay,
So that'll be,
first.
yeah,
Okay.
before it comes back.
All right, very good. So
But
those
it could be here by May 7th, depending on what the zoning
Okay.
commission decides.
All right, so yeah, we have 3 weeks between
Correct.
the two meetings. So is there anyone else that wants to look at any future agenda items that we can add? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
The item that came up tonight about having letters sent to us added to the record.
Okay.
That
like-
provision in the rules of decorum?
Yes, I would like to see that.
Yeah, for some
made.
reason, I always thought they were included.
Yeah, so the reason that y'all removed it is we were getting a lot of spam on that Citizens to be Heard as part of the records, if y'all remember correctly. And that's why, we can add a provision in there that y'all could do what you did tonight and vote to add those items.
Well, we're sending in
Okay.
pages for
Well, let me see if that's what he wants to do. Do you want to
the wise thing to add.
Yeah, it was.
There's a reason why
just do it on an as-needed basis like we did tonight? Okay. Is that all right, Mr.
That-
Martinez?
that
All
would
right.
be fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate it, because some issues are real passionate, and, yeah, so you like for everybody to feel like they've been heard. Okay, anything else? All righty, well, it's kind of a letdown. Everybody left. Okay. All right, y'all. Happy Fiesta. Be safe. It's 9:23, and we move to adjourn without objection. All righty. Thank y'all. Good evening.
Right? Yeah, we did a good job. Yeah, we did. Let me know if you guys are gonna go down to Sandfest, though.
Okay, okay.
You think
Is this
I'll
weekend?
tell you. Yeah, I think it's this weekend. You got something, Fiesta?
No,
I may go down there like Saturday or Sunday. I don't know yet.
We might go to Neosa, that's about it. but-
Nyosa, yeah. That's next week, right?
Mhm.
Next week. Yeah. There's a good party. Actually, Friday night is Alamo Heights night.
Oh, yeah.
That's usually fun. Yeah, they have good bands and stuff.
These are on the side order.
You think it is, maybe not. Don't close your eyes. Here's the thing.
And don't ever shut down the actual.
No, but the rules say either all or not.
It's 15, yeah, no, that's a good point.
I remember that.
Yeah, but you have to be careful when you turn them off, you'll freeze it. It's been known to freeze the system.
I didn't freeze that.
Yeah, yeah, it'll freeze, it'll freeze the.
I just turned off, I just turned off. No, I did not, it was just going to that,
Yeah, just know that.
I was.
Yeah. Well, I still remember though, I really wondered what happened to it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I remember. And she was on the line.
I'll just get those tomorrow from the mayor, so no rush.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, it's never ending. The good thing is I think I won't have to deal with it again. Well, that's the really, that's the problem with not running again, like just having an opponent, because you are forced to formulate your opinion on everything and dictate. Yeah, well, I work. So as you can tell, true that I completely confused about piece of property for sale and the other two. Like the name was obvious in there, and I realized that citizens were confused. I know. See, so there you go. Yeah, but that is all intentional. I mean, he did it to gain leverage on his thing, and I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, no matter what happens with these two, if he like completely diminishes his offer down to like, half a million what we paid for it.
Bye guys, have a nice day too.
Oh well, it's a mess. I'll look forward to watching it on the computer when it comes back in a couple of months. I know, I was commenting on that one. Yeah, well, yeah. Good. All right, adios.
You bet. I know y'all are in the middles up there. Anyway.
You guys need to travel far tonight? Nah, just going back home. All right. Thank you. Safe travel.
In Georgia? Okay.
Yeah.
That's still, you gotta go through Austin.
Well, I go around,
Oh, do you do the 130? Okay.
Yeah, that's the best way to go.
And so your law firm name is?
Messer Fort.
Messer Fort, F-O-R-T. And so, which law firm will we work before we merge with you? So who are the two?
No. So Nicole was with
Nicole, she was with Messer Fort.
Right. Now before I was with a law firm called Russell Rodriguez. We solved that as well.
Okay. So did Brad.
Yeah, Brad and I.
Both, okay. All right. Thank you for, I just knew there was some kind of a, because we, you know, of different counseling roles in Northside, but the little kids would come in and go, Miss Riley, they called me a bad name. And I said, do you believe it? Oh, and I said, okay, get your and so I guess I've taken that to heart as I come through council. I can't take it personally.
Yeah, I mean,
and I love Will.
yeah.
Will just walk the neighborhood for me. So for my campaign, so but respectful. But thank you. That was really nice of you to say that to me.
It was very.
Okay. Thank you, Art. All right.
You'll see it.
To be continued. To be continued. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll see you guys later.
If I'm in term. I'm going to call you tomorrow, so I'm trying to think. Today, oh, what did I do today? Anyway, we got her on Zoom finally, and she's going to be around April. And then she told me, you know. Rapid program. Oh my God! I thought that I maybe you want to do it. And I said, okay, welcome to the world of reality here. So anyway, but she looked beautiful and she was very happy. You know, and she was. There you walked out, pissed off. Cold, wet, rain. You know. So anyway, I will. Oh, and I know. Did I tell you that? I put it on my thing. And that's where. Yeah, exactly. So. And all this time on the wrong packet. Oh, I can't believe I did that. I just started reading it. That's what it was.
Well, and then you're right, and there's not a sheet in there, just, like, you know.
Yeah, if you don't mind, because I remember then I went to the next and I went, oh, but I've already reviewed that. You know, so I just got confused. I was glad to know that I wasn't the only one. I thought, oh no, Trish, somewhere. But if she could just, yeah, just put it on my desk. Sorry, it's in there, it's not on my desk. Okay, I'll look at my, well, if I can get it tonight, then I, you know. But you know what, I didn't see it on my desk.
So it's probably on mine.
Yeah, because I went and got my pillow, and I'm gonna go back over there.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Daniel said the same thing was very. Okay, I think I signed my John Hancock, Mr. Mr. Chief, how are you? Good, have you,
That was a tough one tonight. Who are those, Crystal?
yeah,
I'll go
she's
through
gonna be
some.
coming, she's gonna bring a phone in this is my executive session. Get
Yeah.
one of these?
Yeah, they gave us one today.
Okay, good, all right, so then I'm gonna put this in here, these in here. Okay, let me get, oh, you know what, I decided not to have. A purse tonight, I just thought, you know what, I'll just, so I put my, okay.
Medals and they all came up, man. They mobbed you.
We've got so many. How am I gonna get rid of these, you know?
You know that, Mommy did outside. Probably selling them too.
I have no idea. We just, here's another bag there, so, okay, so let me
Not at all.
do the